I mean, yeah. Okay. Alright. So let's start the lesson. Resume learning. Alright. Alright. Back up. Instruction. Command line. This is the, I remember this. This is the Apple thing. Yeah. Next is the first command we're going to look at is ls. Command is directory to the computer to perform a simple task. When you type ls, the command line looks at the directory you are in and then lists all the files and directories inside of it. Be sure to type the letter L as in list and not the number 1. In the terminal, the first thing you see is the $sign. This is called the shell prompt. It appears when the terminal is ready to accept a command. Retype ls, the terminal will display the current directory, files, and directories. Directories are 2014 and 2015, and the hardware in the file hardware.txt are the contents of the current directory. The terminal after the $sign type ls. Okay, ls. Okay, next command we're going to look at the pwd, which stands for print work directory. It outputs the name of the directory you are currently in, called the working directory. Here the working directory is blog backslash. The forward slash, it's backslash, right? Backslash. I think it's backslash. In code accounting course, the working directory is usually inside the home cursor / workspace directory. Together, ls and pwd command is useful to show where you are in the file system. Let's continue with more commands in the terminal. Print the word directory. Print the working directory. Okay. pwd. List all the files and directories in the working directory. Okay, so ls. Oh, in the working directory. All the files and directories in the working directory. Oh, okay. Cool. Next command is cd, which stands for change directory. Just as you would click on a folder in Windows Explorer or Finder, cd changes CDU into the directory you specify. In other words, cd changes the working directory. Let's say the directory we changed into is 2015. While a file directory or program is passed into the command line, it is called an argument. Here, the 2015 directory is an argument for the cd command. Cd command takes the directory name as an argument and switches into that directory. Current working directory is transferred into the 2015 directory. So cd 2015 should now be in home cursor workspace blog 2015. Remember that you can see your working directory at any time using the pw list. List the contents of your current directory. Okay, so let's see that we are in said directory, which we are, and then let's list them out. That January motherboard text. Yeah. Let's move further into the file system. We're currently in the 2015 directory, and we know that it contains a directory named Jan. Jan itself contains a directory named memory. Okay. You can reference the file system for this lesson here. Move into the Jan and then into this memory. Print the working directory again to see the new location. Okay, so cd Jan cd. Okay, so then I have to print out the pwd ls and cd memory and pwd. Alright, so now we're in the new location. Instead of using cd twice in order to move from 2015 to memory, we can use it once and give it a longer argument, jan slash or backslash memory. To navigate directly to a directory, use cd with the directory's path as the argument. Here, cd jan dot slash backslash memory navigates directly to the memory directory. To move up one directory, use cd : or period. Here, cd navigates up from memory jan to jan. We should be in home cursor workspace blog. You can check the location at any time by using pwd. If this is not the case, navigate back to blog before starting. Change the directory to 2015 February using directory. Okay. This brings us down to one level to 2015 and then down once more into the February directory. Okay. So cd colon or period slash period slash period, right? So pwd use navigate to alright, so there we go. Alright. So now we're in blog, we can go down cd 2015 slash February. Let's see. Now we're in 2015 February, but what if we want to move to 15 January? You can reference the file system for this lesson here. This means that we have to go back up one level to 2015 and then down into January directory. It's going to be accomplishing two distinct cd commands. That moves us up and then another that moves us back down. But we're going to do it using one command. Using a single cd command, navigate from 2015 to 2015. Does it take two arguments? Maybe it takes two arguments. So cd period and then jan. Too many arguments. Okay. How do we do that with a single? Okay, so maybe it's cd period / jan backslash forward. Okay. pwd. Okay, cool. Navigate back to home cursor using a single cd command. cd. I already did this. Colon / colon. Alright, I need to figure out, is this backslash forward slash? There are two types of slashes, a backslash and a forward slash. Okay, it's a forward slash. I know. You said it was, but I had to check because I generally don't get answers. So thanks for the answer. Yeah. Alright. Alright, so it's a forward slash. Okay. Now that we've traversed the existing file system, let's try editing by making directories, folders for the command line. The command for that is mkdir. Making directories. The mkdir command stands for make directory. It takes in a directory name as an argument and then creates a new directory in the current working directory. Here we use mkdir to create a new directory named media inside our working directory. Navigate to home, course user, cc user, workspace, log, 2014 December directory, and list all the files and directories in the working directory to see what currently is there. Okay, so cd 2014 forward slash December, and then pwd I need to list them as ls monitor.txt, mouse.txt. Create a new directory named media. If you list the contents of the working directory again, you should see a new directory. mkdir media and ls. Okay, we've made our new media directory, but what if we want to create another directory inside that one? We could cd into media and then use mkdir, or we can make the new directory from our current position by using a forward slash to combine arguments as we did last lesson. Create a new directory named TV inside of media. Okay, mkdir, and then media and TV. Okay. Voila. Now we know how to create directories for command line, but how do we create new files? We can do this using the command touch. Yep. The touch command creates a new file inside the working directory. It takes in a file name as an argument and then creates an empty file with that name in the current working directory. Here we use touch to create a new file named keyboard.txt. Touch? Is it touch? How do you say touch? Alright. How to pronounce touch. Yep. I was tempted to say touch. Touch. Alright, touch. So alright, English is hard sometimes, guys. Alright. List your working directory current content. Alright, so let's create a new file named keyboard.txt inside the working directory. In the working directory. If you list its content, then you should now see the file listed. So I have to create a file keyboard.t that txt and touch. Now that we've covered the basics of navigating our file system from the command line, let's look at some helpful commands that will make using it easier. Clear is used to clear your terminal, which is useful when it's full of previous commands and outputs. It doesn't change or undo any previous commands, it just clears from the view. You can scroll upwards to see them at any time. Tab can be used to auto-complete your command. When you are typing the name of an existing file or directory, you can use Tab to finish the rest of the name. The up and down arrows can be used to cycle through previous commands, while taking you up through the most recent commands, and down will take you back through the most recent ones. Okay. Experiment with the helper commands. Some things you could try are you're in a working directory, type C2 and then tab. It should autocomplete to 201. This is because both possibility directories will start with 2001. Okay. Use ls to see the contents you are currently working directory, and then use cd with the first letter of the one of the files directories, and use tab to autocomplete. Use up and down arrows to cycle through the previous commands. Use clear to clear the previous commands and output from the terminal. Okay, so tab. Okay, so cd media it doesn't auto-compete. Okay, there we go. Oh, it writes down the previous commands. Okay, so let's cycle through. Alright, and then clear. Clear. Alright. Alright. Congratulations, learned 5 commands commonly used to navigate file system in the command line. What can we generalize so far? The command line is a text interface for the computer's operating system. To access the command line, we use the terminal. A file system organizes a computer's file and directories into tree structures. It starts with a root directory. For each parent directory can contain more child directories and files. From the command line, you can navigate through files and folders on your computer. pwd outputs the name of the current working directory. Outputs the name of the current working directory. Plus lists all the files and directories in the working directory. G switches you into a directory you specify. mkdir creates a new directory in the working directory. Touch creates a new file inside the working directory. You can use helper commands to navigate easier. Clear, tab, up and down arrows. Okay. Let's take the quiz. What is a directory? A command to a computer, a file, a tree structure, a folder used to store files. Folder. Okay, well, I already fucked up. Alright, so obviously I didn't do so well. Alright, let's start over. What is a file system? Alright. A text interface with a computer. And it organizes computer files and directories into tree structures. It is a directive to the computer to perform a specific task. It's a type of directory. Did I read this? I don't remember reading this. It's a text interface with a computer. It's a text interface with a computer. It's organized computer files and directories into a tree structure. Organizes computer files and directories into a tree structure. No. 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 Type of directory? Files. Okay. Well, it organizes computer files and directories into a tree structure. File system. Okay. Well, I didn't know. Start. What does the following code do? Touch media polar text command. This command is not formed correctly. It creates a file polar text in the media directory. Creates a file name polar text in the working directory. It changes the working directory to media directory. Okay. In the current working directory, if the current working directory is home, which of the following commands will navigate to the movies directory in the tree below? CD, media, movies. How would you change to one directory above the current working directory? CD. How would you create a file named text.txt in your current directory? Touch.txt. What is a directory? Folder used to store files. Tree structure. Folder. How do you print the current working directory? PWD. The current working directory. If the current working directory is home, media, music, which of the following commands will navigate to the home folder in the tree below? Oh, what's this one? What is a file system? Okay. Text interface with a computer, a type of directory. It organizes a computer files and directories into tree structures. Okay. You can see file system represented in the Mac Finder and Windows Explorer. Okay, cool. Are we done? Yes. Setting up command line. Start new article. Setting up command line. Navigate your operating system like a personal programmer. Professional programmer. Setting up your command line. The command line is a powerful tool used by developers to find, create, and manipulate files and folders. This short tutorial will walk you through the steps for setting up the command line application on your computer. Command line interface, CLS, CLIs come in many forms. The CLI we'll use is called bash. Bash, or the Bernie again shell, a CLI that was created over 27 years ago by Brian Fox as a free software replacement for the Bernie shell. A shell is a specific kind of CLI. Bash is open source, which means that anyone can read the code and suggest changes. Since it its beginning, it has been supported by a large community of engineers who have worked to make it an incredible tool. Bash is the default shell for Linux and Mac. For these reasons, Bash is the most useful and widely distributed shell. If you want to learn more about Bash, use Wikipedia article. This Wikipedia article is a good place to start. Bash setup for Mac and Windows. A method, as mentioned before, Bash is the default shell on Linux and Mac OS X. So good news, you don't have to install anything. Okay. Cool. To access Bash in OS X, you can use an application called Terminal. First, open the application folder and open the utilities folder. Once you're in your utilities folder, you will see the application terminal. Open the terminal application and you're ready to go. For ease of access later, you can keep terminal in your dock. Simply right-click, alt-click, and then keep in dock. Continue under users. Okay. Windows has a different CLI called command prompt. Yes, while this has many of the same features as Bash, Bash is much more popular. Because of the strength of the open source community and the tools they provide, mastering Bash is a better investment than mastering command prompt. To use Bash on a Windows computer, we will download and install a program called Get Bash. Get Bash allows us to easily access Bash as well as other tools we'll be using later called Git instead of the Windows environment. You can either watch the following video or read the rest of the article. Okay. Okay. Alright. Alright, so okay. Download. Okay. Alright, launch get bash. Set up finish install application launch when selected and install shortcuts. Alright. Finish. Okay. Get bash. Rmm.com. Okay, so pwd user parto. Okay. Parto. I don't know. I was fucking high off my gourd. I don't know. I guess I wasn't high. I was more like going through the throes of my schizophrenia, and I was like, "Parto me." That's the fucking email I ended up with. Alright. Parto. Okay. Parto. Bardo. Okay, so yes. Bash. That's a path of your current. Okay, so new directory. You always see placed in the same directory. One directory is represented in the tilde sign. The CLI after title is another way to say. Get bash or where's command part? Oh, okay. digital nomad. Okay. Alright, start. The absolute path we are currently, how to get from the route directly to the doctor you are currently in. Once we note at the top of the window. Get Bash works to give you a CLI that acts like a Bash CLI, which means you can now work with your files and folders using Bash commands instead of Windows commands. Congratulations, you now have Bash installed on your computer, ready to use. Try it out. Now that you have your command line interface open on your desktop, you're ready to use it. Go and try some of the commands on your personal computer. Here are some good commands for practice. Okay. Okay, dir. cd echo command hello. Create a new file name hello to that file. Type ls. You should also see the following. Cat hello hello CLI. Print the content of hello terminal. You should see. So echo and cat. Alright. Let's try out these command lines. How do I get into my OneDrive? Okay, so okay. Alright, so I guess I'm just gonna explore my WD. Oh. EWD. Oh, that's data, application data, contacts, cookies, create qualified documents, downloads, favorites, links, local settings, more documents. Helm, print HUD, send to start menu, templates, videos, saved games. Okay. More documents. Okay, so cd dot okay. Let's my music, my pictures, my videos. So cd slash my documents. Ls. And then go to terminal. Oh, OneDrive. See, that was not an option. Oh. Oh, okay. Users, Barto. Okay, so then this is this one. Ah. Alright, so it's OneDrive. Why does it not show that? C PWD Barto. Okay, I need to go back one. CD ls. Oh, OneDrive is this. So CD OneDrive. Okay. Documents. Oh yeah. Documents. New project. One. Actually, let's just stick with documents. Okay, so alright, so echo command line / hello underscore. Oh, here I'm gonna do my documents. And then I'm going to do hello underscore CI dot txt. Okay. So now if I do a cat my documents hello command line. Okay, cool. So it writes to and Can we do a refresh? F5, right? Okay, OneDrive. Documents. Oh, no. Okay. So, desktop. Let's just see. So, we want for users, Bartel, my documents. Yeah, who wrote to that? Delete. Alright, so let's do this again. But instead of my documents, alright, so OneDrive, my documents, and hello, command line.txt. And pop, there it goes. Alright, cool. Let me see. Let me do a cat. My documents. No, it's OneDrive documents. Hello, command line.txt. Here, let me pad. Okay. I'm typing a lot more words to see if they show up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Control S. Okay, cool. Yep. Bicycle Worlds. Project. Ooh. Alright. Welcome to Bicycle World, the premier text-based bicycle shop. The shop is only accessible to programmers like you who are familiar with command line. In this project, you'll use command. Alright. So, I'm going to take a break. So. Hello? Okay. So I'm not saying anything. Um, can you hear me now? Okay. I think I might need, yep. Alright. So there's no feedback now. There shouldn't be any. So there's no feedback now. There shouldn't be any. Okay. Yeah, just double checking that this works. Because sometimes you gotta check to make sure that the video is working. Because holy shit, I could be losing lots of freaking time. Alright. So look at those wrists. They're so stinking small. I hate my wrists. I want big, bulky wrists. Yeah. Alright, I'm done. Alright. Two. Okay. feel like there's no point to continue this, except for when okay. Alright, so I'm gonna quickly do something. Okay. Where is it? Here it is. Jesus. Okay. So let's continue. Alright. Welcome to Bicycle World, the premier text-based bicycle shop. This shop is only accessible to programmers like you who are familiar with command line. In this project, you'll use the command line you learn to navigate and edit the file system of a special shop. The starting file system is shown below. Bicycle World recently changed owners, whose name the directory bicycleworld.11 or II. So 2. If you get stuck during the project or would like to see an experience that will work through it, click Get Unstuck to see a project walkthrough video. Alright. Alright. Put the working directory. Have things here. Okay. The working directory. If you ever get lost, you can return to this directory using cd. Okay, so bwd is my working directory. Home, cc user, workspace, bicycle world, II. Okay, so check that off. List the files and directories in the working directory. So li I up. IO. I'm pretty sure it's li. W. CD. Is it li? No command. So so I literally just came out of this. Me find this. Listen. LS. Okay. So much for that. LS. LS. Brands.txt freight. Let's do it clear. Clear. Yeah. Okay. EWD. LS. Change the directory to freight directory. CD. CD. Freight. Okay. Solid values in the working directory. Messenger. Porter. List the files and directories in the working directory. Change the porter directory. Porter. directory up 2 levels to bicycle world directory. PWD. So cd /PWD. This all files directory ls directory to mountain downhill directory cd mountain downhill directory. Okay, make a file. To make a file, I have to use echo. Now, echo is when you write something to a file. Cat is when you read it out of a file. To make a file, it's touch. Touch dirt.txt. Make a file called mud. Touch mud.txt. List of files and directories and downhill directory. Else. Dirt, mud. Okay. Downhill bike is dangerous. In the downhill directory, make a directory called safety. Okay. Dir safe. Change directories to bicycle world. So PWD. So CD :/:, or 00 or period. PWD. List the contents of bicycle world 2 directory. The shop is adding a new type of bike. Bicycle world, make a directory called BMX. Okay. Dir BMX. Without changing directories from bicycle world to make a file in BMX called tricks.txt. So touch BMX /tricks.txt. That's all the files in the directory in the current directory. PWD. Alright. Project complete. Alright, this will probably come in handy if I ever do server shut, because it's like I can't access the desktop to right click on things. Continue. Alright. CSS supports a wide variety of colors. This includes named colors like blue, black, and lime green, along with colors described by numerical values. Using an hierarchical system allows us to take advantage of the whole spectrum of colors that browsers support. And thus we're going to explore all the color options CSS offers. Colors in CSS can be described in three different ways. Named colors, English words that describe colors, also known as keyword colors. RGB, numeric values that describe a mix of red, green, and blue. HSL, numeric values that describe a mix of hue, saturation, and lightness. We'll learn about and explore the benefits of each of these in depth. Using only named colors, you may feel like you're picking labeled crayons out of a box. By the end of this lesson, you'll feel like a painter mixing paint on a palette. Ooh, fancy, fancy. Proceed to the next exercise when you're ready to begin. Alright. So this is the website. Look at this. The best coffee regions. Let's see this website. The best coffee regions. Roasting coffee transforms the chemical and physical properties of raw coffee beans into roasted coffee products. This process is what produces the characteristic flavors of coffee by causing the green coffee beans to change in taste. Many coffee roasters determine the level of roast by eye, assessing the color of the beans to determine the desired roast level. Green beans. Green coffee, as it arrives at the dock, they can be stored for approximately 12 to 18 months in a climate-controlled environment before quality loss is noticeable. Light roast, 205 Celsius or 401 Fahrenheit. Moderate light brown, but still mottled in appearance. A preferred roast for some specialty roasters highlights original characteristics as well as complex acidity. Okay. Medium brown, common for most specialty coffee, good for tasting original character, although roast character is noticeable. Vienna roast. Moderate dark brown with light surface oils, most bitter, sweet, caramel flavor, acidity muted, in the middle of the second crack. Any original characteristics have become eclipsed by the roast at this level. Italian roast, nearly black and shiny. Burnt tones becomes more distinct, acidity nearly eliminated, thin body. Brazil. Arabic dominated both Brazil and the world as a whole, with about 85% of the production. Robusta accounted for the remaining 30% in Brazil. Arabica production is located in the main coffee growing cluster of states, led by Rio, where Arabica is produced almost exclusively. Robusta is primarily grown in the northwest, much smaller state of Espírito Santo, where about 80% of the coffee is Robusta. Colombia. Learn more about Brazil. Ooh. This link doesn't go anywhere. Okay. Colombia. Colombia has a reputation as producing mild, well-balanced coffee beans. Colombia's average annual coffee production is 11.5 million bags, is the third total highest in the world, after Brazil and Vietnam. though the highest in terms of Arabica beans. The beans are exported to the US, Germany, France, and Japan, and Italy. Most coffee is grown in Colombia. Most coffee is grown in the Colombian coffee growing axis region. India. India coffee grown mostly in southern India under monsoon rainfall condition is also termed as Indian monsoon coffee. Its flavor is defined as at its best similar to the flavor characteristics of Pacific coffee, but at its worst bland and uninspiring. The two well-known species of coffee grown are the Arabica and Robusta. Probably the most commonly planted Arabica in India and Southeast Asia is S. 795. Ethiopia. Ethiopian beans can be divided into three categories: longberry, shortberry, and mocha. Longberry varieties, considered the largest bean and are often considered the highest quality in both value and flavor. Shortberry variety is smaller. The mocha variety is a highly prized commodity. Mocha harar are known for the pea berry beans that often have complex chocolate, spice, and citrus notes. Ooh, apparently Ethiopia has the best coffee. Alright, Costa Rica. Costa Rica coffee beans are considered among the best in the world. Okay, Tarasu is thought to produce the most desirable coffee beans in Costa Rica in 2012. Tarasu Keisha coffee became the most expensive coffee sold by Starbucks in 48 of their stores in the United States, using the Clover automatic French press. Finest coffee is typically grown at altitudes of 1,200 to 1,700 meters. Kenya. The acidic soil in the highlands of central Kenya, just the right amount of sunlight and rainfall, provide excellent conditions for growing coffee plants. Coffee from Kenya is of the Colombian mild type and is well known for its intense flavor. Full body and pleasant aroma with notes of cocoa and high-grade coffee from Kenya is one of the most sought-after coffees in the world. Well, you got Costa Rica, you got Ethiopia, and you got Kenya. And apparently it's all three of these places have the most sought-out coffee in the world. So, which one is it? Only one can have the most sought-after coffee in the world. So which one is it? I feel like this website doesn't tell me everything. Alright. Before discussing the specifics of color, it's important to make two distinctions about color. Color can affect the following design aspects: foreground color, the background color. Foreground color is the color that an element appears in. For example, when a heading is styled to appear green, the foreground color of the heading has been styled. Conversely, when a heading is styled so that the background appears yellow, the background color of the heading has been styled. In CSS, these two design aspects can be styled with the following two properties: color and background color. This property styles the element foreground color. Background color. This property styles the element's background color. In the example above, the text of the heading will appear in red, and the background of the heading will appear in blue. Okay, in style.css, change the foreground color of H1 heading to midnight blue. Alright, so H1. Okay, so change the foreground color of HS to midnight blue. Mid. Oh, tab doesn't work. Midnight blue. Okay. Oh. Next, set the background color of the H1 heading to aqua. Okay, so it doesn't have it, so background color colon or colon? I think it's a colon. Blue or aqua. Aqua. Semicolon. Oh. Okay. This is hideous. Alright. One syntax that we can use to specify color is the hexadecimal. Colors specified using this system are called hex colors. A hex color begins with a hashtag hash character, which is followed by 3 of 6 characters. The characters represents values of red, blue, and green. In the example above, you may notice that there are more letters and numbers in the values. This is because the hexadecimal number system has 16 digits, 0 through 15, instead of 10, 0 through 9, like in the standard decimal system. To represent 10 out of 15, we use A through F. Here is a list of many different colors and their hex values. Notice that black, white, and aqua are all represented with both 3 characters and 6 characters. Three characters and 6. Okay. Are represented with both 3. This can be done with hex colors whose number pairs are the same characters. In the example above, aqua can be represented as 0FF because both of the first 2 characters are 0, and the second and third pair of characters are both Fs. Keep in mind that all three characters hex colors can be represented with 6 characters by repeating each character twice, but the same is not true in reverse. You can include hex colors just as you would include name colors. And letters can be uppercase and lowercase. Okay. In the browser, is a web page that uses named colors and hex colors. We're going to translate the named colors into hex to be more consistent. The colors won't officially change yet. In style.css, find the CSS rule that uses the named colors, dark, sea green, and change it to the hex value. Okay. Right, so do a Control F. Dark, sea green. How do I do a search here? Control F. Here we go. Dark, sea. Oh. Ah! Sea green. Okay, I'm going to change this to X value 8 F B C 8 F. Okay. Control run. Okay, so what changed? Okay. I don't know what changed. I don't think are their named colors of the roasted type and convert them to their hex values as shown here. Okay. So brown, brown, black. Okay, let me do C8 B C8F. Okay, it's this color. Okay. So that is A 05222 D. Okay. So brown. Hashtag. B 4513. Okay. Hashtag A 52 A 2A. And then black, which is hashtag 0000. Alright, next. Alright, there is another syntax for representing RGB values, commonly referred to as RGB value, or just RGB, that uses decimal numbers rather than hexadecimal numbers. And it looks like this. RGB. Each of the three values represent a color component, and each can have a decimal number of values from 0 to 25. The first number represents the amount of red, the second the green, and the third the blue. These colors are exactly the same as hex, but with a different syntax and a different number system. In general, hex and RGB colors representations are equivalent. Which you choose is a matter of personal taste. That said, it's good to choose one and to be consistent throughout your CSS because it's easier to compare hex to hex and RGB to RGB. Okay, find the hex value. Okay, so now we're looking for hex values. 8. Okay. Change it to RGB. So 143, 188, 143. And then this one gets converted over to RGB 160, 82, 45. Okay. And the style.css, find the hex value 8 B4513 and change it to RGB. Okay, this one. RGB 139 6919. have more colors. Okay. Hexagonal and RGB color systems can represent many more colors than the small set of CSS named colors. We can use this new set of colors to refine our web page style. In both hex and RGB, we have 3 values, one for each color. Each can be one of 26 values, specifically 256 times 256 times 256, which equates to 16,777,216. That is the amount of colors we can now represent, compared to the roughly 140 named CSS colors. Recall that we started with named colors, converted them to hex, and then converted some of the hex colors to RGB. Unless we made a mistake, all the colors should still be the same visually. Let's use our broadened palette to make some more refined color choices. In the dot green rule of style.css, change the background color to some hex value. Okay, so green. Can I just change this? Alright. Well, we're changing it again. Hashtag 9 EB 599. Okay. And the light rule says change the background color to. They really like these hex values. 6, 8, 3, C, 2, C. 6, 8, 3, C, 2, C. Okay. And the city rule in the CSS, change the background color to that. Okay. Hashtag 4 C 5 3 5 2 D. Oh, they do look different. Okay, so the BN one. 3 5 2 9 2 6. And then the Italian one. 3 5 2 9 2 6. Oh. I think I made it the same color. Whoops. 13, 12, 12. So now what does it look like? Okay. Very nice. Very nice. Okay. The RGB color scheme is convenient because it's very close to how computers represent color internally. There is another equally powerful system in CSS called the hue saturated lightness and color scheme, abbreviated as HSL. The syntax for HSL is similar to the decimal form of RGB, though it's different in important ways. The first number represents the degree of the hue and can be between 0 and 360. The second and third numbers are percentages, representing saturation and lightness respectively. Here's an example. This. Okay. Hue is the first number. It refers to an angle on a color wheel. Okay. 6 colors. Okay, so red is 360 or 0. Yellow is 60. 120 is green. Light blue is 80. 180. Blue is 240. Magenta is 300. I guess cyan. Is this like the cyan? Cyan. I forget the. It's like magenta is one. Cyan is another one. There's light colors. Light color. Light hues. Hues. Here it is. Cyan, yellow, or cyan, yellow, and magenta. Okay. But where's white? Okay, so saturation, right? HLSL, HSL. Okay, the syntax for HSL is similar to the decimal form of RGB, though it differs in important ways. The first number represents the degree of the hue. Okay. The second and third numbers are percentages represent saturation and lightness. Okay. Saturation. Hue is the first number. It refers to the angle on a color wheel. Red is 0 degrees, green is 120, blue is 240, and black and back to red 360. You can see the examples on the color wheel. Saturation refers to the intensity or purity of the color. The saturation increases towards 100% as the color becomes richer. Okay. The saturation decreases towards 0 as the color becomes grayer. Okay, so okay. Lightness refers to how light or dark the color is. Halfway to 50% is normal light. Imagine a sliding dimmer on a light switch that starts halfway. Sliding dimmer towards 100 makes the color lighter, closer to white. Sliding dimmer closer to 0 makes the color darker, closer to black. Okay. Alright, so I think I understand. HSL is convenient for adjusting colors. Okay. An RGB making the color a little darker may affect all three color components. An RGB making a color a little darker affect all three color components. An HSL, that is as easy as changing the lightness value. Oh, yeah, it makes sense. This is better, I think, because you get to pick which color with the first value, how saturated it is with the second value, and how white or dark the amount of light with the third value, 50 being normal light. Yeah. Okay. See, I feel like an artist. Look, I'm a computer art guy. Alright, so alright, so in the browser in the so The browser is a simple page with different color chart rectangles. In styles.css, modify the lightness of the background color in the class selector midground to be 25% lightness. Okay, so midground. Okay. Right, so color. Color. HSL. And then okay, so the background color, not the color, but the background color HSL, and then it's yellow, right? So yellow is 60? Yeah, 60. So 60, and then the saturation, how saturated it is. So 100%, just full saturation, and then the lightness is 25%. 25%. Huh. Okay, did you make the midground? Select class selectors light. Class selector. Okay. Class selector. Oh, okay. Here we are. Oh. 200, 212. That's fucking blue or some shit. That's close to blue. Okay. Okay, so you want me to make this 25. 25. So I can select 50. Blue. And it is closer to blue. Normal light, okay. Alright. So 1 second. Bathroom break. Change the saturation of the background color of the foreground class to 50%. Selector. Selector to so the body is this. Midground is this. Foreground is this. So let me change this to 50. 50. Let's go back to 80, right? Okay, so 50, rare, 10, gray, 0, 50%. Absence of color. Okay. Next. Opacity and alpha. All the colors you've seen so far have been opaque or non-transparent. When we overlap two opaque elements, nothing from the bottom element shows through the top element. In this exercise, we'll change the opacity, the amount of transparency of some color so that some or all of the bottom elements are visible through the covering element. Okay. To use opacity in HSL color scheme, use HSLA instead of HSL, and the 4 values instead of 3. For example, the first 3 values work the same as HSL. The 4th value, which we have not seen before, is the alpha. This last value is sometimes called opacity. Alpha is the decimal number from 0 to 1. If alpha is 0, the color will be completely transparent. If alpha is 1, the color will be opaque. The value of half transparency would be 0.5. You can think of the alpha value as the amount of background to mix with the foreground. When a color's alpha is below 1, any color behind it will be blended in. The blending happens for each pixel, no blurring occurs. The RGB color scheme has a similar syntax for opacity, RGBA. Again, the first 3 values work the same as RGB, and the last value is the alpha. Here's the example. Okay, a little unconventional, but still worth mentioning, is the hex color can also have an alpha color value. adding a 2-digit hexadecimal value to the end of the 6-digit representation. Or a 1-digit hexadecimal and the 3-digit representation. You can change the opacity of the hexadecimal color. The hex ranges from 0, transparent, to FF, opaque. Alpha can only be used with HSL and RGB and hex colors. We cannot add the alpha value to name colors like green. There is, however, a name color keyword for 0 opacity, transparent. It's equivalent to 000. It's used like any other color. Give the element of the class foreground an alpha value of 0.6 in order to change HSL to HSLA. Foreground A. And then 0.6. That's transparent. Give the element from the class midground an alpha value of 0 using HSLA. Okay. A opacity is equal to 0.4. Now, nice. Run the code and notice how the colors blend. Modify the body rules background color to have a value of RGBA 0. Okay, so 0, which is red. And then, oh, RGBA. Okay, so this one is different. RGBA. So red is 0, green is 100%, 55, and B is 0, and the opacity is 0.1. So if there's anything in the background, it would be transparent. Okay. Alright. So we've completed our extensive tour of the colors in CSS. Let's review the key information we've learned. There are 4 ways to represent color in CSS. Named color, there are more than 140 named colors, which we reviewed here. Hexadecimal to hex colors. I don't like this one. It doesn't make sense to me. RGB makes more sense to me. And HLCell makes... I just need to memorize the color wheel. If I memorize the color wheel, then 0 and 360 is red. Yellow is 60. Green is 120. Green. It's like cyan is 180. Blue is 240. And magenta is 300. Okay, I think so. Yeah. Proceed when you're ready to move on. Okay. Yeah. I think I got it. Paint store. Alright. In this project, we will follow step-by-step instructions to improve a vibrant, Color rich web page for a home paint business. It displays information about using color in a home and color swatches with varying lightness, saturations, and hues. The page is almost ready to be published. You'll be making the following color related changes. Change some name colors with hexadecimal color values. Add some semi-transparent overlays to the banner and footer with RGBA. Fill in the first color column of a swatch sampling using HSL color. Website exists in index.html and styles.css document files are displayed in the text editor. If you get stuck during the project or would like to see an experienced developer work through it, click Get Unstuck to see the project walkthrough video. Okay. So again, there's tasks. 7 tasks. Okay. In styles.css, find the 3 CSS rules that use the name color orange. This color is not exactly the right orange to match the paint store brand. Replace orange with a hex color FF8000. First place orange is the background of the header under selector header. Second location is hex color of the color guide heading under the selecting color guide. To the bottom. Okay. Alright, so header. Alright, so location at the bottom of the footer under this selection. Footer dot bottom. So this button here. FF8000. It's a darker orange. Okay. Complete. Make the main title text of H1 element semi-transparent to match the spooky text theme. To do so, set the color property with RGBA and make the text black for the red, green, and blue values, and with 0.7 alpha value. Okay, so make the main text title text H1 element. Okay, so select. Painting is scary. Okay. Let's get rid of this. Fine. Painting is okay, so what do you mean there's no results? Okay, so for some reason I'm not able to find this. Okay, so H1. Creepsy. Make the main title text of H1 element semi-transparent. Oops, there. Okay. Oh, that's right. It's an index. Okay. So it's here. Color. Colon. RGBA. And then 0, 0, 0, 0.7. Okay. You can hardly read the fucking font, but I did it. Give the header background image give the header's background image a semi-transparent orange overlay to simulate photographic filter. And the banner before selector on line 95. A background color with the value RGBA. Okay. Background color. Orange overlay. What is banner before? Is this the banner? I think this might be the banner. Okay, background color colon RGBA 255 128 0.75. Semicolon. Did I? Let's see, I didn't add a semicolon here. Oh, okay. disappointing, scary. Okay. Not the same. Now do the same for the footer. Adding a semi-transparent layer on top of the image to soften and darken it. Select the footer before. Find footer before. Okay. And then I'll do the same for the footer. Okay. So back color colon RGBA. And the numbers are 255, 128, 0, and 0.75. And there's a semicolon, so not forgetting semicolons. Okay. Soften this title, which says saturated lightness and hue. Currently, they are the default black. Okay, soften the subtitle, which says saturated. Soften the subtitles. Subtitles say saturated and lightness. Hue. Currently, they're default to black. Add the property to the color dot swatches H4. Okay, so color dot color dot swatches 4, and then add a property. So color colon what is it? I think it's just hashtag 9B 9B and then semicolon. Okay, let's see. Okay, so now they're less saturated. Okay, cool. I guess, right? Because they're grayer, less saturated. Soften, yeah. There are 3 span tags which describe the base color. For each color section, each of them falls under a div tag with a class specified to the color. There are 3 span tags which describe the base color. Okay, for each color section. Each of them falls under a div tag with a class specified to the color. Currently, all these base colors are described with hex values. Change these to HS. Oh. For example, the value for color within the rule reds. Dot base color is currently set. Change the HS cells. You can find the base color values for the green and blue section in the web page text. Updates. Values. Okay. So red base color. Okay, so changing this to HSL. Then 100. Saturation is 100%. And how much light? Normal light is 50%. So, okay. Okay, so red is that, and then greens. So, green is color. Okay. HSL. 130. Saturation is 100%. And light hitting it 50%. And I missed the percentage. Okay, so now blues. Blues. Blue. Okay, so HSL 220 is a color. Saturation is 100%, so it's not very gray, it's full color. And 50%. Oh, see, I'm forgetting the percentage signs. Percent. Okay, so. Alright, so I should still see the same colors, right? Yeah, okay, cool. No change, which is what I expected. In each section, red, green, and blue, there are 15 color cells. Okay, yep, there's 15. Each cell has its own rule specifying its color in styles.css. Notice that at the beginning of each color swatch, the first cell is empty. Find the rule for each of the empty cells and fill it with HSL value, which completes the pattern. For example, the first blank swatch is red lightness. Red lightness colors -1. Okay. Okay. In each HSL value in this section, notice that the lightness value decreased by 15 points. Yes, that's true. It's not for the last one. The last one is only by, no, it's actually 15. Yeah, that's right. Following the pattern, fill the values for the background values for the cells. 80. Yeah, 80. Use the pattern for each of the following 8 rows and fill in the missing cells for each row. Okay, so background color HSLA. Oh, is it just okay, so I don't think it's an HSLA, it's just HSL. Okay, so 150, 100% saturation, and 80% light hitting it, and a semicolon. Yeah. That's a good use of this. This is definitely showing me this He's definitely showing me the okay, so here let's finish this one. Background color HSL 50 100% saturation 50% wait hitting it semicolon. Okay, let's see what it does. Okay, hue. Okay, so let's finish this. Background color on HSL. So this would be 320 full light. No, full saturation, how gray it is. Then full light and semicolon. Let's see, it's filling in these. Yeah, 320. It's more magenta-y. Okay, so now for the hues of this. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to just copy, paste, change this to 85. Oh, is it 85? Oh, it's 20. It's going up by 20. So this would be 90. 90% light. Okay, so if we do the same to this, it'd be 100% light. 100% light. Or 100% saturation. This is light, lightness. This is saturation. And this is hue. And let's see. To 22. 22. 22. So minus 22. So 88. 86. Right? 80. Yeah, 86. 86. Alright, so refresh. Yeah. This is how paint works. And like at Home Depot. Yeah. Huh. Alright, cool. Yeah. Alright, so lightness, it's back to 20. So lightness 90%. Saturation 20%, so back to 100. 100% saturation. I like HSL. I actually, yeah, it's easy. All I have to do is remember like the position, how close it is to like just I have to remember 6 like different positions, and then like interpolate between all 6. So blue is 240. So this is a little bit more magenta-y. It's gonna get more magenta-y. It's closer to the magenta. Yeah. So it's by 20. So 60. So it should, in theory. All right. So the lightness, it should get lighter, so it'd be lighter blue, and this should be darker. It should just be more blue, and this should be more magenta-y, right? Yeah, it's purplier, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Alright, so yeah, this is cool. Alright, so now I've learned about RGB, HSL, and the hex stuff, which, who wants to do hex? Hex is so confusing. Yeah. Fucking letters, fucking numbers. Yeah. I don't like it. I mean, hex gives you a lot of different colors, but so does this. No. Well, I think it all gives you the same amount of color. No. Okay, so what is it? Alright, paint store. Okay, start the quiz. Let me see if I have time to complete the quiz. Alright. Following says comes to attempt to set the color of a paragraph using HSL color, but fails to do so. Why? Color HSL. Oh, you're missing the percentages. For the foreground color of the elements cannot be, nope. HSL character must be capitalized. Nope. Property should be set with RGB. Nope. Saturation must be positive percentages. This one. Okay. See, that's not readable to me. This is not readable. Like, I can't look at this and like figure out a color. Alright, so how could this code be rewritten but guaranteed the same appearance in the browser? Okay, so nope. 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 It's this one. What does the fourth value inside RGBA control? Saturation, how close or far away the element appears, opacity or alpha values. The code includes invalid syntax. Okay. Following CSS code attempts to set the color of a paragraph using RGB color, but fails to do so. Why? Because you're mixing hex values with other numbers. Not only that, but it's 250. It's 0 to 255. The 3 parameters are probably must be numbers between 0 and 25. Yes. The RGB property should be set to hex. No. No. Are required for RGB. No. RGB characters must be capitalized. This one. Following CSS code attempts to set the text color of a paragraph using a name color, but fails to do so. Why? That's not a color. The color property should be changed to foreground color. No, the color property only accepts hex or RGB color values. No, it also accepts HSL values, so that's not it. Bold is not a valid color keyword in CSS. That's correct. The color property should be changed to background color. Okay, which of the following two CSS properties are used to set an HTML element foreground color, and background color, respectively? I'm guessing, but I think it's this one. Color, background, color. Oh, yes. There is no foreground, it's just color. Alright. Well, I don't feel like retaking the test, so I'm just going to leave it the way it is. I don't care. I don't want 100. It's fine. I'm not perfect. What is one limitation named of CSS color that hexadecimal and arbitrary colors do not have? Name colors are only supported by some browsers. Name colors have no limitations compared to RGB. Named CSS are limited to a specific set and cannot represent a full color palette. Obsolete. Yes, this one. Okay. Alright, I got 95%. That's passing in some circles. So, alright. Alright. Bathroom time. So, continuation. Alright, I'm gonna go till and then Oh shit! Hey! Mm. Shit. Mm. Sorry, didn't respond. But that should be fine. Alright. So oh, this lesson will focus on typography, the art of arranging text on a page. We'll look at how to style and transform fonts, how to lay text out on a page, how to add external fonts to your web pages. Some of the most important information a user will see on a web page will be textual. Styling text to make page content accessible and engaging can significantly improve your user experience. Let's begin. In the browser, we have a blog site with fonts of different sizes and style. In the following exercise, we'll learn how to manipulate fonts to create engaging interfaces. Once you have an idea of general layout of a page, proceed to the next exercise. Alright, serifs, Garamond, regular, bold, italics, sans serifs, serifs. Alright, so let me read the site. Space mono space. Alright, so while typography has been practiced for many centuries, digital font design is a relatively new discipline. There are some great examples of old school fonts, also called typefaces, which have been adapted for use on digital displays. However, I would like to highlight a few of my favorite fonts that were created with the screen in mind. Serifs are the small features at the end of the strokes within a letter. These features are functional as well as decorative. Serif fonts are widely used for body text articles because they are considered easier to read than sans serif fonts in print. Serif fonts can often create a feeling of traditionalism and antiquity due to their common use in printed materials for many years. Garmond by Claude Garmond, 16th century. Okay. Sans serifs. Without serifs. Sky fonts with characters which lack flourishes at the end of the strokes. Sans serif fonts have become the most prevalent for displays on text on computer screens, as on lower resolution digital displays, fine details like serifs may disappear or appear too large. Sans serif fonts are often used to project an image of simplicity, modernity, and minimalism. Helvetica, 1956. A monospace font character each occupies the same amount of horizontal space. This contrasts with most fonts, where the letters and spacing have different widths. For example, the two highly used letters I and E do not need the same font print. The first monospace Western typeface was designed for typewriters. Many text editors, like those used to write computer code, use monospace fonts, which aid in distinguishing between potentially similar characters like I and 1, and in counting the numbers of characters in a line. Yeah, like Comic Sans is, I think, monospace. Alright, next. You may remember from visual rules lessons that the font of an element can be changed using the font family property. In the example above, the font family of all H1 heading elements have been set to Arial. Let's talk about some things to keep in mind when setting font family values. Multi-word values. When specifying a typeface with multiple words like Times New Roman, it is recommended to use quotation marks to group the words together, like so. Sans web-safe fonts. There is a selection of fonts that will appear the same across all browsers and operating systems. These fonts are referred to as web-safe fonts. You can check out the complete list of web-safe fonts here. Okay. Console list. Yeah, I use console list a lot. Carrier new. Some people don't like carrier new. Yeah. Okay, so I need to save this website. Done. There was. Alright. Fallback fonts and font stacks. Web-safe fonts are good fallback fonts that can be used if your preferred font is not available. This example above, Georgia and Times New Roman are fallback fonts to Caslon. When you specify a group of fonts you want is known as a font stack. Font stack usually contains a list of similar looking fonts. Here the browser will first try to use Caslon font. If that's not available, it will try to use a similar font, Georgia. And if the Georgia is not available, it will try Times New Roman. Serifs and sans serifs. You may be wondering what features make a font similar to another font. Font Caslon in Georgia and Times New Roman are serif fonts. Serif fonts have extra detail on the end of each letter, as opposed to sans serif fonts, which do not have the extra detail. Serifs and sans serifs are also keywords that can be added as a final fallback font if nothing else in the font stack is available. In this final example, the font stack has 4 fonts. If the first 3 fonts aren't available, the browser will use whatever serif font is available on the system. Okay. Yeah. In styles.css, change the family font of H1 element to Georgia. Okay. Font family colon styles.cs, change the font family of editorial element to Trebuchet MS. Editorial. Font family colon MS. Styles.css, use the font stack to give the editorial element fallback fonts for Times New Romans and Sans serifs. Okay. Times New Roman. And last but not least, serif. Okay. Okay. Font weight. In CSS, the font weight property controls how bold or thin text appears. It can be specified with keywords or numerical values. Font weight property can take on any of these keyword values: bold, normal, lighter, bolder. Numerical values can range from 1 lightest to 1,000 oldest, but it is common practice to use increments of 100. A font weight of 400 is equal to the keyword value normal, and a font weight of 700 is equal to bold. In this example above, each element is both left section and right section classes will appear bold. It's important to note that not all fonts can be assigned a numerical font weight, and not all numerical font weights are available to all fonts. It's a good practice to look up fonts you are using to see which font weight values are available. Okay. So, yes, change the font weight elements banner P select to lighter. Okay, style.ts banner P. Okay, Control F. P. Okay, banner P. Font 8. Change the font weight of the header class to 900. Header. Font weight 900 semicolon. Okay, which is really bold. You can also italicize text with the font style property. Italics value causes the text to appear italics. The font style property, also known as normal value, which is the default. The web page features 3 sections: Garmon, Helvetica, Space, Mono. Each of these sections includes a line with the name of the font creator, such as Claude Garmond. Let's italicize the creator's name on each of these cards. Font find font card creator. Font style italic. Let's see. Is it italics? Yep. Alright. Next. Text can also be styled to appear in either all uppercase or lowercase with the text transform property. Text text transform uppercase. The code in the example above formats all H1 elements to appear in uppercase, regardless of the case used for the heading within the HTML code. Alternative lowercase value can be used to format all text in lowercase. Since text can be directly typed in all uppercase or lowercase within an HTML file, what is the point of CSS rule that allows you to format lettercase? Depending on the type of content a web page displays, it may make sense to always style a specific element in all uppercase or lowercase letters. For example, a website that reports breaking news may decide to format all H1 heading elements such that they always appear as all uppercase, as in the example above. It would also avoid uppercase text in HTML files, which could make a code difficult to read. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. It styles that transform the text in the main heading. H1 appears uppercase. Okay, H1. So here, text transform. Text transform. Form. Uppercase. Okay. Yeah, this website looks nice. It's all about letters. Alright. You've learned how the text can define by font family, weight, style, and transformation. Now you'll learn about some ways text can display or laid out without the editor's container, elements container. Within the elements container. The letter spacing property is used to set the horizontal spacing between the individual characters in an element. It's not common to set the spacing between letters, but it can sometimes help the readability of certain fonts or styles. Letter spacing property takes length values in units, such as 2 pixels or .ens, 0.5 ems. In the example above, each character in the paragraph element will be separated by 2 pixels. We can set the spacing between words with the word spacing property. It's also not common to increase the spacing between words, but it may help enhance the readability of bold and enlarged text. The word spacing property also takes length values in such units such as 3 pixels or 3 ems. Okay. In the example of the spacing is set to 3 ems for word spacing using ems. Values are recommended because the spacing can be set based on the size of the font. I don't know what EM stands for, but line, leading, line height, font size. We can use the line height property to set how tall we want each line containing our text to be. Line height values can be unitless numbers such as 1.2 or a length value such as 12 pixels or 15% or 2 ems. In the example above, the height between lines is set to 1.4. Generally, the unitless value is preferred since it's responsive based on the current font size. In other words, if the line height is specified by a unitless number, changing the font size will automatically readjust the line height. Text alignment. The text alignment property, which you may already be familiar with from CSS visual rules lessons, aligns the text to the parent element. In the example above, H1 element is aligned to the right side instead of the default left. Okay, let's put these new properties to work. In CSS, set the line spacing of H1 element to 3 ems. Spacing. Okay. spacing, word spacing, line height, text alignment. Okay, so text spacing. Oh. Space. Oh. My letter spacing. Okay. Letter space. Sorry. And I'm going to set it to 0.3 EMs. So I'm going to set the word spacing in the banner dot p dot banner space p word spacing colon 0.25 EMs. Okay. In styles.cs, set the line height in banner.rules p rule set to 1.4. So line height is 1.4, and that doesn't take an EM or anything like that. Could even be a percentage. It takes in like pixels, percentages, takes a lot of stuff. Alright. And in styles.cs, p element to justified. Okay, so p. Okay, there's a lot of p's. Okay, so here we go. Text line justify. Okay. Web fonts. Previously we learned about web-safe fonts, a group of fonts supported across browsers and operating systems. However, the fonts you can use for websites are limitless. Web fonts allow you to express your unique style through a multitude of different fonts found on the web. Free font services like Google Fonts and Adobe Fonts host fonts that you can link to from HTML documents with the provided link element. Wow. Nice. You can also use fonts from paid font distributors like fonts.com. By downloading and hosting them with the rest of your site's files, you can create a font face rule set in your CSS styles to link to a relative path of the font file. Both techniques for including web fonts into your site allows you to go beyond the sometimes traditional appearance of web-safe fonts. In the next two exercises, you'll learn exactly how to use each of these techniques. Explore the different examples fonts shown on the right, as well as the links to font services above. When you're ready, click Next to learn more. Okay. Wow, Japanese. Roboto. That's awesome. That's recognition of the inherited dignity. Oh, I like this one. It's like a typewriter. Shizuru. Simplified Chinese. Dancing script. Lobster. How many are there? Oh my god, there's millions. Alright, maybe millions a little too high, but there's a lot. Almost before we knew it, we had left the ground. Okay. Very cool. Yeah. Is there a way to... I guess you just kind of like look at them. And that's a cow font right there. Ooh la la. Cow font. Alright. Hey. Yeah. Alright, so I should probably save this website. Right. My bookmark is growing exponentially. See Adobe Fonts? Font.com. Let's try mono, and then what a friendly one. Something friendly. Oh. Apparently there's no friendly mono ones. Alright, how about futuristic? Okay. How about clean? How about hand and futuristic? Oh, you stumped us. Alright. Marker. Look at that. Bot. It looks like a marker. Cool. Alright. Okay, I guess I'll... I want... Alright, let me finish this, and then I'm going to search back to that color wheel for that HSL thing, because I found that to be very edifying. Alright, web font using links. Online font services like Google Fonts make it easy to find and link to fonts from your site. You can browse and select fonts that match the style of your website. Okay. In selecting a font in Google Fonts, you'll be shown all the different styles available in that particular font. You can then select the style you want to use on your site. When you're done selecting a font and its style, you can review your selected font family and a link element will be automatically generated for you to use on your site. Okay. The generated link element needs to be added to the head element of your HTML document for it to be ready to be used in this yes. Okay. You can create a font family declaration in the CSS just like how you learned to do with other fonts. The font at the bottom of the page under the mono space section needs to be space mono. Let's fix it by linking to space mono Google font. If we go to Google font, select space mono. Okay. What is it called? Space mono. I mean, I've never used the word mono so much. Space. I feel like I'm talking about like mono that you get from fucking school. You got mono! Stop kissing people. Alright. Alright, so that looks nice. Okay. How do I do this? So, provided link element. Regular 40. And let's just find a regular 40 and select the style. Okay, so select the style. And oh, it literally does everything. Okay. So all I have to do is plop it in, right? And it's in the header, right? Head. Okay. Wow, okay. Okay, so then where is the button? There's supposed to be a button here. Okay. In styles.cs, inside the space rule set, create a declaration using font family at space mono space. That's the value. Okay. So space. Find space. No, not here. Here. F dot space. Okay, so font family and it's space mono space mono space. Okay, so now the text is different. This is a button. Let's. It's not button. It's bottom. Sometimes English is hard, guys. Alright. Fonts can also be added using font face rule set and CSS style sheet instead of using link elements. Add font face rule set instead of using link elements to an HTML document. As mentioned earlier, fonts can be downloaded just like any other file on the web. They come in different file formats such as OTF, Open Type Font, TTF, True Type Font, WOFF, Web Open Font Format. Okay. The different fonts are a progression of standards on how fonts will work with different browsers, with OFF2 being the most progressive. It's a good idea to include TTF, WOFF, and OFF2 formats with your font face rule to ensure compatibility with all browsers. Okay, let's take a look at how to use add font face using the same robot font as before. Okay. Within the selected family section, you can use the download button to download the font files to your computer. Files will be downloaded as a single font format, in this case TTF. You can use a tool such as Google Web Font Helper to generate additional file types of. Okay, so this looks important. Okay, so then I just need to select one, and then oh my god, there's hundreds. Okay, well, yeah, there's 1,364. Okay, there's quite a bit. I'm gonna save this. Done. All right. When you have the files you need, move them to the folder inside your website's working directory, and you'll be ready to use them in a add font face rule set. Okay. So font face, my paragraph font. Source. Okay. Source URL. Let's take a look at the example of line by line. The add face font at rule is used as the selector. It's recommended to find the at rule font rule set at the top of your CSS style sheet. Inside the declaration block, the font family property is used to select a custom name for the downloaded font. The name can be anything you choose, but it must be surrounded by quotation marks. In the example, the font name is my paragraph font, as this font will be used for all paragraphs. The source property contains 3 values, each specifying the relative path to the font family, the font file, and its format. In this example, the font files are stored inside a folder named Fonts within the working directory. Okay. Once the add font face at rule is defined, you can use the font in your style sheet. Okay. Like using any other font, you can use font family property to set your font on any HTML element. The downloaded font can be referenced within the name you provided in the font family property value in the add font face rule set. In this case, my paragraph font. Okay. Let's change the font of the banner using the local font files. If you open up the fonts directory using the file navigator in the code editor, you'll notice that you'll have added local font files. Okay, so I have fonts. Okay, so I have these. result license.txt. Okay. Alright, there's licensing stuff. It's all about licensing, right? Alright, all set. Give the font. Okay. Alright. At the top of style.css, create a add family role set and give it the font family property. And Google banner as its value. Alright. At font family, no, at font face. Font face. And then okay, let me see. Font face. Okay, font family, Googlio, cover the name. So font face, font family, colon, give it a name, banner, semicolon. And then, alright, so within the font face rule, add a source property with the following paths and format as values. Okay, so then source is equal to, oh, I messed up. It's colon, okay. Colon, and URL, and the URLs. For and then comma. Oh. URL. Copy URL, comma, and then URL. Copy, and then semicolon. Okay. Oh, okay. So format. Alright, so is it space? Space format. Okay. Is there a comma? Oh, no comma. Okay. So space format. Is there? See, oh. It's here. Format. Oh. It's okay, so it's after parentheses. Format. WF. Copy. WOFF2. And then WOFF. Format. True type. True type. Okay. Okay, something went wrong. Let me see. Okay, so URL, and then okay, so URL regular. Oh. Okay. I think if it messes one thing up, it'll mess up the entire thing. Okay. Path values. Okay. Let's see. URL. And then colon, font regular, WFF2, font format. Okay, so this is, there's no space here. Space here. Is there space between? Nope, there's no space. Okay, so alright, let me check to see if, nope, it's still wrong. Okay. It's in the face. Okay, so URL. Did I copy these? Let me. Oh, are they supposed to be in quotes? Oh, they are in quotes. Okay. So let me just copy and paste these. Just in case. Copy. Paste. Oh. Comma. Okay. Let me make more space. Let me. I don't think it matters. Let me just add this space. Okay. URL. Is it because of the space? It's not to be like right next to it. Oh. Yeah. Apparently that was the issue. Source has to have a colon right after it. Okay. Alright. Inside. Okay, so inside the banner, P rule set. Okay, banner P. Okay, banner P rule set. Add a declaration that sets the font family to colon banner. Okay. Font size of. Okay, so font, and Lee, colon, Lee, go, banner, semicolon, and then font size 20 pixels, semicolon. Alright. Yeah, the typography did change. There's more space. Okay, cool. Alright. Alright. Great job. Thanks. Learn how to style an important aspect of the user experience, typography. Let's review what you've learned so far. Typography is the art of arranging text on a page. Text can appear bold or thin. Font weight, style font, line height, spacing, letter spacing, text line. Okay, yeah. Right. So, I'm done for today. Well, I don't know if I'm done. I might come back and do another 4 hours, so I can free up Thursday.